Welcome. Before we begin, let yourself settle. Feel the weight of your body against the surface beneath you. Notice how your breath moves, how the air fills your lungs and leaves again, quiet and steady. There is nowhere you need to be just now. No task waiting, no question demanding an answer. Only this moment, this voice, and the gentle space we'll share together. Let your eyes close if they haven't already. Feel the darkness behind your lids, soft and forgiving. Let your jaw unclench. Let your shoulders drop. There is no need to hold anything tonight. The day has passed. Whatever it carried, you have set it down. In a moment, I'll take you somewhere quiet. A small place, lamplit and orderly, where the world moves slowly and nothing asks more of you than to simply be present. But first, just breathe. Let the tension leave your hands, your neck, your back. Let yourself begin to drift. Now, imagine this. It is late evening in the winter of 1867, and the city of London hums distantly beyond a narrow street near Covent Garden. The fog has thickened as it does on such nights, curling around gas lamps and softening the edges of brick and stone until the world seems wrapped in wool. The air is cold, but not bitterly so, and the dampness carries with it the faint scent of coal smoke and wet cobblestones. On this street, tucked between a printer's shop and a modest boarding house, there stands a tailor's establishment. Its sign, painted in simple black letters, reads only, Finch & Sons, Tailoring. The window is small, its glass slightly warped with age, and through it glows the steady light of an oil lamp. The glow is warm, golden, and it spills onto the pavement outside like a quiet invitation. Inside, the shop is narrow but neatly arranged. Bolts of fabric line the shelves along one wall, their colors muted in the lamplight, charcoal gray, deep navy, chocolate brown, the occasional flash of cream or pale green. The air smells of wool and thread, of starch and the faint metallic tang of pins. A long wooden counter divides the front of the shop from the work area beyond, and behind that counter, surrounded by the tools of his trade, sits Mr. Finch. He is a man of perhaps 50 years, though the lamplight is kind to the lines around his eyes. His hair, once dark, has begun to silver at the temples, and his hands, when they rest upon the counter, are marked with the small scars and calluses of a lifetime spent with needle and shears. He wears a waistcoat of dark wool, buttoned neatly, and a shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbow, exposing forearms still strong despite the years. Before him lies a ledger, its pages filled with careful script. Orders received, measurements recorded, dates promised. He moves his finger down the column slowly, checking each entry against the memory that lives in his hands and eyes. A gentleman's coat for Tuesday. A waistcoat to be altered by Thursday. 3 shirts, measurements already taken, fabric already cut and waiting in the back room. The shop is silent save for the faint hiss of the lamp and the occasional creak of the floorboards as Mr. Finch shifts his weight. Outside, footsteps pass now and then, muffled by the fog, their rhythm unhurried. Voices drift past, indistinct, belonging to people making their way home or to the public house 2 streets over. But they do not intrude. They are part of the city's distant murmur, a sound as constant as the turning of the seasons. Mr. Finch closes the ledger with a soft thud and sets it aside. He reaches for a piece of fabric folded neatly on the corner of the counter, a length of dark blue wool, fine and smooth beneath his fingers. It is destined to become a gentleman's coat, though the gentleman himself will not return for the fitting until the end of the week. For now, the fabric waits, patient and still. He lifts it, spreading it across the counter with the care of one handling something precious. The lamplight catches in its threads, revealing the subtle texture, the gentle nap of the weave. He runs his hand over it, feeling for flaws, for roughness, for any imperfection that might mar the finished garment. There are none. The wool is good, honest, the kind that will wear well and keep a man warm through many winters. Satisfied, he folds the fabric again, aligning the edges with precision. Each fold is deliberate, each crease sharp and clean. There is a quiet satisfaction in this work, in the order it brings to cloth that might otherwise lie formless and unused. He places the folded wool back in its place and turns his attention to the next task. On a smaller section of the counter rests a gentleman's waistcoat, half finished. The front panels have been sewn, the buttons attached, but the lining remains loose, tacked in place but not yet secured. Mr. Finch draws the garment toward him, smoothing it with both hands, and examines the stitching he completed earlier in the day. The thread is even, the seam straight. He nods to himself, a small gesture of approval, and reaches for his needle. The needle, kept in a pincushion shaped like a small tomato, is already threaded with black silk. He tests the tension of the thread between his fingers, then positions the waistcoat so that the lamplight falls directly upon the seam he intends to finish. His movements are slow, methodical, almost reverent. He inserts the needle through the fabric, drawing it out on the other side with a gentle pull that makes no sound. Stitch by stitch, he secures the lining. Each motion is a repetition of the one before, a rhythm as familiar to him as breathing. The needle rises and falls, the thread follows, the fabric yields. There is no hurry. Time, in this small shop, does not press. It simply exists, flowing around him like water around a stone. Outside, the fog shifts, thickening in places, thinning in others. A carriage passes, its wheels rumbling faintly over the cobbles, then fading into the distance. A dog barks once, twice, then falls silent. The city continues its quiet work, and so does Mr. Finch. His mind does not wander far as he sews. It rests, instead, in the simple pleasure of the task. He thinks of the gentleman who will wear this waistcoat, a man he knows only through measurements and a polite exchange of words. He thinks of the fabric, how it came to him from a merchant near Cheapside, how it was woven somewhere far from London, perhaps in the north, in one of the great mills. He thinks of the hands that spun the thread, the looms that shaped it, the long chain of labor that brought it at last to this counter, to his needle. There is a kind of comfort in that thought. That he is part of something larger, a thread himself in a vast and intricate tapestry. The thought does not excite him. It simply settles over him like a blanket, warm and undemanding. When the lining is secured, he holds the waistcoat up to the light, turning it this way and that, inspecting his work. The stitches are invisible from the outside, hidden within the folds, but he knows they are there, holding everything together. That is enough. He folds the garment carefully and sets it aside. The shop feels warmer now, though the lamp has not grown brighter and the fire in the small grate at the back has burned down to embers. It is a warmth that comes from order, from tasks completed, from the quiet satisfaction of work done well. Mr. Finch rises from his stool, stretching slightly, feeling the stiffness in his back ease. He crosses to the shelves where the bolts of fabric rest and runs his hand along them, straightening one that has shifted, adjusting another so that its edge aligns with the rest. His touch is gentle, almost affectionate. These are his companions, these lengths of cloth, these spools of thread, these buttons and needles and shears. He returns to the counter and picks up a piece of chalk, pale and smooth, and marks a small notation on the edge of a pattern piece laid out on the wood. A reminder for tomorrow, a note to himself about the placement of a pocket or the angle of a seam. The chalk makes a soft scratching sound, barely audible, and leaves behind a ghostly line that will be brushed away once the pattern is cut. The lamp flickers once, very briefly, and he glances at it. The oil is still sufficient. The wick is trimmed. It will burn steadily for hours yet. He takes comfort in that, in the reliability of simple things. A well-tended lamp. A sharpened needle. A clean counter. He sits again, this time pulling toward him a small basket filled with scraps of fabric, remnants too small for any garment but too fine to discard. He sorts through them slowly, folding each piece, setting aside those that might be useful for patches or linings. His hands move without thought, guided by years of habit, and his mind drifts gently, like smoke rising from a candle. He thinks of his father, the first Mr. Finch, who opened this shop decades ago when the street was newer and the neighborhood less settled. He remembers watching his father work at this very counter, the same careful movements, the same quiet concentration. He remembers the smell of the shop in those days, unchanged now, and the way his father would hum softly while he sewed, a tuneless sound that was nevertheless comforting. Mr. Finch does not hum. He works in silence, but the memory is there, woven into the fabric of the shop itself. His father is gone now, these 10 years past, but the work remains. The needles, the thread, the careful stitching. It continues. He sets the last scrap aside and rises once more, moving to the back of the shop where a small fire still glows in the grate. He adds a single piece of coal, not much, just enough to keep the chill at bay for another hour. The coal catches, flaring briefly before settling into a steady burn. The warmth spreads, and he stands there a moment, hands extended toward the heat, feeling it seep into his fingers. The shop, small and contained, feels vast in its stillness. Every object has its place. Every task has its time. There is a deep, abiding peace in that certainty, a peace that asks nothing of him but to continue, stitch by stitch, day by day, until the work is done. He returns to the counter and sits once more. The ledger lies closed now, its duties fulfilled for the evening. The fabric waits patiently. The lamp burns steadily. And Mr. Finch, surrounded by the tools and cloth of his trade, allows himself to simply be present, neither hurrying forward nor looking back, but resting in the quiet center of this moment, where everything is exactly as it should be. The fog outside presses gently against the window, softening the world beyond into shapes and shadows. Inside, the light holds firm, a small circle of warmth and order in the vastness of the night. And in that light, Mr. Finch sits, his hands folded on the counter, his breathing slow and even, as the city around him drifts toward sleep. Time moves differently in a tailor's shop after the day's customers have departed. It does not rush or stumble. It simply unfolds, moment by moment, like fabric being measured along the counter. Mr. Finch is aware of this in the way one is aware of one's own heartbeat, not consciously, but as a steady presence beneath the surface of thought. He reaches for a spool of thread, cream-colored and fine, wound tightly around a wooden bobbin. The thread is silk, purchased from a merchant who travels twice a year from the docks, bringing with him fabrics and notions from places Mr. Finch has never seen and likely never will. He holds the spool up to the light, admiring the way the thread catches the glow, how it seems almost to shimmer. There is a particular pleasure in choosing the right thread for a task. It must match the fabric in weight and temperament, must be strong enough to hold but fine enough not to disturb the line of the garment. Mr. Finch has learned this through years of trial and error, through seams that held and seams that failed, and now his hands know almost by instinct which thread will serve best. He threads the needle with care, wetting the end of the silk between his lips to give it a point, then guiding it through the eye of the needle with the practiced ease of one who has done this 10,000 times. The needle is small and sharp, its surface polished smooth by use. It rests lightly between his fingers, an extension of his hand. Before him on the counter lies a shirt, pale linen, soft and finely woven. It belongs to a gentleman of modest means, a clerk perhaps, or a schoolmaster, someone who cannot afford the finest cloth but who takes care with his appearance nonetheless. The shirt is nearly finished. The collar has been attached, the sleeves set, the buttons sewn down the front. Only the hem remains, and it is to this that Mr. Finch now turns his attention. He lifts the hem, folding it under with his thumb, creating a narrow edge, perhaps a quarter of an inch. The fold is even, as straight as if drawn with a ruler, though he uses no guide save his eye and his long experience. He pins it in place with small silver pins, each one pressed firmly into the fabric, each one angled just so to hold without puckering. When the hem is pinned all the way around, he begins to sew. The stitches are small and tight, almost invisible. The needle enters the fabric from beneath, emerges above, then dips down again, creating a line of delicate anchoring that will hold the hem in place for years to come. His fingers move with a rhythm that is both deliberate and automatic, each stitch a small act of creation, a small promise kept. As he works, he becomes aware of the sounds around him. The faint crackle of the coal in the grate. The soft whisper of thread being drawn through linen. The distant chime of a church clock, marking the half-hour with a single clear note that fades slowly into the fog. These sounds do not distract him. They are the texture of the evening, the familiar music of his solitude. He thinks, as he often does while sewing, of the lives his garments will touch. The gentleman who will wear this shirt will perhaps put it on in the morning, buttoning it carefully before a small mirror, adjusting the collar, smoothing the front. He will wear it to his place of employment, wherever that may be, and it will move with him through his day, unseen beneath his coat, a second skin of linen and thread. Mr. Finch takes pride in this, though it is a quiet, unspoken pride. He does not seek recognition or praise. The work itself is enough. To know that he has made something well, something that will serve its purpose without complaint, is a satisfaction deeper than any spoken thanks. The hem progresses slowly. He does not rush. There is no need. The gentleman will not return for the shirt until Thursday, and it is only Monday evening. There is time, and time, in this shop, is a resource as abundant as the thread on his spool. He pauses to adjust the lamp, turning the wick slightly to brighten the flame. The light swells, pushing back the shadows, illuminating the counter more fully. He can see now the grain of the wood, the faint marks left by years of cutting and pinning, the small dark spot where ink was once spilled and never quite removed. These imperfections do not trouble him. They are part of the counter's history, part of the shop's memory. He returns to the hem, and his needle finds its rhythm once more. Stitch by stitch, the linen is bound. The thread pulls gently, never too tight, never too loose. The fabric yields, accepting the needle's passage, and the hem takes shape beneath his hands. Outside, the fog continues its slow dance. A figure passes the window, a dark shape moving through the lamplight, then gone. Mr. Finch glances up briefly, notes the passage, and returns to his work. The city is full of such figures, people moving through the night on errands known only to themselves. They are not his concern. His concern is the hem, the thread, the steady progression of stitches that will hold this shirt together. As the hem nears completion, he slows even further, savoring the final stitches. There is a kind of melancholy in finishing a task, a small loss, for once it is done, it will be set aside, and he will move on to the next piece, the next length of fabric waiting to be transformed. But the melancholy is gentle, almost sweet, and it does not linger. He ties off the thread with a small, secure knot, hidden within the fold of the hem, and clips the excess with his shears. The sound of the blades meeting is crisp and final. He lifts the shirt, shaking it gently to let it settle, then holds it up to the light. The hem is even, the stitches invisible. It is done. He folds the shirt with the same care he gave to the sewing, aligning the sleeves, smoothing the collar, creating a neat rectangle of linen that he places on a shelf behind the counter. Tomorrow he will wrap it in brown paper, tie it with string, and set it aside for the gentleman to collect. But tonight, it rests, finished and perfect, waiting for the next stage of its life. Mr. Finch allows himself a moment of stillness. He sits at the counter, hands resting lightly on the wood, and simply breathes. The shop around him is quiet. The lamp burns steadily. The fire glows in the grate. Everything is as it should be. He thinks of his wife, upstairs in the rooms above the shop, likely already in bed, a book resting on her lap, her eyes growing heavy as she reads. He thinks of his son, the youngest Finch, apprenticed now to a tailor across the city, learning the trade as he himself once did. He thinks of the years that have passed, the stitches sewn, the garments made, the quiet accumulation of days that form a life. And he thinks, as he often does at this hour, of the simple fact that he is here, in this shop, doing this work. It is not a grand life. It is not remarkable by any measure the world might use. But it is his, and it is enough. The lamp flickers again, just briefly, and he glances toward the window. The fog has thickened further, pressing close against the glass, obscuring the street beyond. The shop feels smaller now, more contained, a pocket of warmth and light carved out of the vast indifferent night. He rises, moving to the shelves where bolts of fabric rest. He selects one, a length of charcoal wool, and carries it back to the counter. Tomorrow he will cut the pieces for a new coat, but tonight he simply wants to feel the fabric, to run his hands over it, to appreciate its weight and texture. He unrolls a portion of it, letting it cascade over the edge of the counter, and smooths it with both palms. The wool is dense and soft, its surface slightly rough to the touch. It will make a fine coat, sturdy and warm, the kind a man might wear for many years. He imagines the coat already finished, imagines it worn and creased and shaped by the body it will clothe, and the thought brings a quiet pleasure. He rolls the fabric again, more slowly this time, savoring the feel of it, the way it responds to his hands. When it is neatly rolled once more, he ties it with a strip of cloth to keep it secure, and returns it to the shelf. The evening deepens. The clock on the wall ticks softly, its brass pendulum swinging with metronomic precision. Mr. Finch does not look at it often. He does not need to. He knows the hour by the weight of the silence, by the way the city's sounds have thinned, by the particular quality of stillness that settles over the shop as the night advances. He moves to the small grate at the back of the room and kneels before it, his knees protesting slightly. The fire has burned low, but a few coals still glow, red and steady. He adds another piece, just one, and watches as it catches, the edges blackening, then flaring into brief flame before settling into the slow, patient burn that will sustain it through the next hour. The warmth reaches him, gentle and undemanding. He remains there a moment longer, hands extended toward the heat, feeling it seep into his palms. Then he rises, brushing the cold dust from his hands, and returns to the counter. There is always more to be done in a tailor's shop. Buttons to be sorted, patterns to be adjusted, fabric to be inspected. But tonight, Mr. Finch finds himself content simply to sit, to rest his hands on the counter, and to let the quiet settle around him like a shawl. The lamp burns on. The fog presses close. And in the small circle of light, Mr. Finch waits, not for anything in particular, but simply because waiting, like sewing, is part of the work. Part of the life he has chosen and continues to choose, stitch by quiet stitch, evening after evening, in the heart of the city that hums and murmurs beyond his window, vast and unknowable, yet somehow, in this moment, very far away. The shop, with its narrow walls and low ceiling, seems to breathe in rhythm with him. Each inhalation draws in the scent of wool and thread, each exhalation releases the small tensions of the day. The shelves, lined with their bolts and remnants, stand like silent witnesses to his labor. The counter, scarred and worn, holds the memory of every garment that has passed across its surface. And the lamp, faithful and unwavering, continues to glow, a small beacon against the encroaching dark, casting its light upon the work that remains, and the work that is done, and the work that will come tomorrow, all of it bound together by the simple, steady rhythm of a needle moving through cloth. Time, in its patient way, continues. The city sleeps and wakes and sleeps again. And Mr. Finch, here in his small domain of fabric and thread, tends to his work with the quiet devotion of one who knows that this simple repetition, this careful attention to detail, is not just a trade, but a kind of prayer. The needle rests now on the counter, its point catching the light. The thread lies in a loose coil beside it. The fabric waits, as fabric always waits, for the hand that will shape it into something useful, something beautiful, something that will last. And in the stillness of the shop, as the fog thickens and the city quiets, there is only this. The glow of the lamp, the warmth of the fire, and the steady, unchanging presence of a man at his work, content in the knowledge that tomorrow, and the day after that, the shop will open, the needle will rise and fall, and the thread will bind what needs binding. For now, though, there is only the evening. Only the quiet. Only the gentle, unhurried passage of moments that ask nothing of him but to be present, to be still, to let the work unfold as it will. And so he sits, hands resting lightly on the counter, eyes half closed, breathing in the scent of wool and lamplight, and allows the night to settle over him like a carefully folded cloth, soft and familiar and kind. The clock on the wall marks the passage of another quarter hour with a gentle mechanical whisper, its brass hands moving with the patience of all well-made things. Mr. Finch does not turn to look at it. He knows its voice, the particular quality of its tick, the faint hesitation before the quarter chime, as intimately as he knows the feel of worsted wool beneath his fingers. He reaches instead for a pair of trousers that lie folded on the edge of the counter, awaiting alteration. They are of a sturdy gray fabric, serviceable rather than fine, the kind worn by clerks and minor functionaries who spend their days at desks and their evenings in modest parlors. The hem has been let down before, he can see the faint line where the old stitching was removed, and now it must be let down again. The owner, it seems, has grown taller, or perhaps merely wishes to extend the life of a garment that has served him well. Mr. Finch spreads the trousers across the counter, smoothing them with both hands. The fabric is worn at the knees, softened by use, but still sound. He examines the old hemline, running his thumb along it, feeling for any damage to the weave. There is none. The fabric will hold. He picks up his shears, their blades catching the lamplight in a flash of silver, and begins to unpick the existing hem. The stitches, though old, resist at first, but he is patient. He works the point of the shears beneath each thread, cutting carefully, drawing the thread away. The work is slow, meditative. Each stitch removed is a small liberation, freeing the fabric to be reshaped. As he works, he becomes aware of the silence in the shop, not as an absence, but as a presence. It fills the spaces between the ticking of the clock and the faint crackle of the fire. It settles over the shelves and the counter and the bolts of fabric. It is a silence that holds room for thought, for memory, for the gentle wandering of a mind at ease. He thinks of the gentleman who owns these trousers, though he has never seen the man. He knows him only through the garment itself, through the wear patterns at the knees, the faint stain on one leg that speaks of ink spilled at a desk, the careful way the pockets have been used, not overfilled, not stretched, but treated with respect. He imagines the man as careful, orderly, someone who values what he has and makes it last. The hem is fully unpicked now, the threads gathered in a small pile on the counter. Mr. Finch brushes them into his hand and deposits them into a tin kept for such remnants. Nothing is wasted in a tailor's shop. Even the smallest scrap of thread might find a use someday. He turns the trousers, examining the new hemline, measuring it against his hand to ensure it will fall correctly when worn. He makes a small chalk mark, faint and precise, then folds the fabric under, creating a fresh hem. The fold is narrower than the last, for there is not much fabric left to work with, but it will suffice. The gentleman will have another year, perhaps two, before the trousers must be retired entirely. Mr. Finch pins the hem in place, his movements slow and deliberate. Each pin enters the fabric at the same angle, spaced evenly, holding the fold secure. When the hem is fully pinned, he sits back slightly, assessing his work. The line is straight. The fold is even. It is ready to be sewn. He selects a needle from the pincushion, this one threaded with gray silk that matches the fabric of the trousers. The thread is new, its surface smooth and unworn. He tests it between his fingers, feeling its strength, then begins to sew. The stitches are small and even, each one placed with the same care as the last. The needle rises and falls in a rhythm that is almost hypnotic. Mr. Finch's breathing slows to match it, each breath timed to the movement of his hand. In, out, in, out. Stitch, breathe, stitch, breathe. The work and the worker become one. Outside, the fog has begun to thin slightly, though the night remains dark. A lamplight passes, his footsteps echoing faintly on the wet cobbles, his pole tapping against the base of each street lamp as he moves along the row. The sound is distant, muffled, but it reaches Mr. Finch through the window, a reminder that the world continues its rounds beyond his door. He does not look up. His attention remains fixed on the hem, on the steady progression of stitches. The thread pulls gently through the fabric, the needle glints in the lamplight, and the hem slowly, inevitably, takes shape. There is a kind of meditation in this work, a quieting of the mind that comes not from emptiness but from focus. Mr. Finch is not thinking of tomorrow's tasks or yesterday's concerns. He is here, in this moment, with this needle, this thread, this fabric. Nothing else intrudes. The hem is half finished when he pauses to rest his hands. He flexes his fingers, feeling the stiffness that comes from hours of fine work, then picks up the trousers and holds them to the light, examining the stitches he has made. They are good. They will hold. He sets the trousers down again and rises, moving to the window. The glass is cold against his palm when he touches it, and through the fog he can see only the vague shapes of buildings across the way, the faint glow of windows where other lives are being lived, other evenings unfolding. He wonders briefly about those lives, about the people behind the windows, but the wondering is gentle, without urgency or curiosity. They are simply there, as he is here, each in their own small sphere of light. He turns away from the window and returns to the counter. The trousers await him, patient and uncomplaining. He picks up the needle once more and resumes his work. Stitch by stitch, the hem is completed. When the final stitch is made, he ties off the thread with a small knot, hidden within the fold, and clips the excess. He removes the pins one by one, placing them back into the cushion, then shakes out the trousers gently. The hem falls straight and true. The gentleman, when he collects them, will likely not notice the work that has gone into this simple alteration. But Mr. Finch will know, and that is enough. He folds the trousers carefully and places them on the shelf beside the finished shirt. 2 garments ready for collection. 2 small tasks completed. The evening's work is progressing as it should, without haste, without delay, simply moving forward in its own steady rhythm. The fire in the grate has burned down again, and he adds another small piece of coal, watching as it catches and begins to glow. The warmth spreads once more, and he stands before it for a moment, hands extended, letting the heat soak into his fingers. His back aches slightly from sitting, and he stretches, feeling the muscles pull and release. The shop, in the firelight, looks almost golden. The shadows are softer now, less defined, and the air has a warmth that goes beyond the temperature. It is the warmth of familiarity, of routine, of a space that has been tended and cared for over many years. Mr. Finch returns to the counter and sits once more. He pulls toward him a small wooden box, its surface polished smooth by handling. Inside are buttons, dozens of them, sorted by size and color. He opens the box and begins to count them, not because he needs to know the exact number, but because the task is soothing, a small ritual that helps his mind settle. Bone buttons, cream and ivory. Horn buttons, dark and mottled. Metal buttons, brass and pewter, some engraved with simple patterns. He runs his fingers through them, listening to the soft clatter they make, like pebbles in a stream. Each button has come from a different garment, salvaged when the cloth wore out, saved because waste is anathema to a tailor. They wait here, in this box, for the day when they will be needed again. He selects a few, holding them up to the light, admiring the craftsmanship. Some are plain, others ornate. Each has a story, though he does not know it. He imagines the coats and waistcoats they once adorned, the hands that fastened them each morning, the lives they touched. Then he returns them to the box and closes the lid gently. The evening continues its slow unfolding. The lamp burns. The fire glows. And Mr. Finch, surrounded by the tools and fabric of his trade, sits in quiet contentment, his hands resting on the counter, his breathing slow and even, as the city beyond his window drifts deeper into the night. There is no urgency here. No need for haste. Only the gentle, unchanging rhythm of a tailor's evening, the steady accumulation of small tasks, the quiet satisfaction of work done well. And in that rhythm, in that stillness, there is a peace that asks nothing of him but to continue, to be present, to let the thread and needle and fabric speak their own quiet language. The fog presses close. The light holds steady. And Mr. Finch, in his small shop on a narrow street near Covent Garden, remains, as he has remained for so many evenings before, a guardian of order and care in a world that often forgets the value of such things. In the corner of the shop, near the window where the lamplight does not quite reach, there stands a tall mirror in a wooden frame, its surface silvered but slightly tarnished with age. Mr. Finch uses it rarely, only when a customer requires a fitting, but it has stood in that corner for as long as he can remember, perhaps even since his father's time. Tonight, as he moves about the shop, he catches sight of his own reflection in passing, a dim figure in waistcoat and shirt sleeves, hands busy with fabric. He pauses, arrested for a moment by the sight. It is not vanity that holds him, but a kind of quiet recognition. The man in the mirror is older than he sometimes feels, the silver in his hair more pronounced, the lines around his eyes deeper. But the hands are the same hands that learned to sew as a boy, and the expression, thoughtful and calm, is one he has worn for decades. He turns away from the mirror and returns to the counter, where a new task awaits. A waistcoat, this one requiring buttons to be moved. The gentleman who ordered it has gained a little weight around the middle, as gentlemen of a certain age are wont to do, and the existing buttons no longer allow the garment to close comfortably. Mr. Finch has already marked the new placement with small chalk dots, and now he must remove the old buttons and sew them in their new positions. He begins with the topmost button, a small disc of horn, dark and smooth. The thread that holds it is strong, and he must work the point of his shears beneath it carefully to avoid damaging the fabric. The stitches give way one by one, and the button comes free, dropping into his palm with a faint click. He repeats the process with each button in turn, working his way down the front of the waistcoat. The work is simple but requires attention. A slip of the shears could tear the fabric, undo hours of earlier labor. But his hands are steady, and his movements are sure. Each button is removed without incident and placed in a small dish on the counter. When all the buttons are free, he examines the fabric where they were attached. The old stitch holes are visible, tiny punctures in the weave, but they will be hidden beneath the new buttons. He smooths the fabric with his hand, feeling the warmth of the wool, the slight give of it beneath his palm. Now comes the task of sewing them back. He selects the first button, positions it over the chalk mark he made earlier, and threads his needle with fresh silk, strong and dark. The needle pierces the fabric cleanly, emerging on the reverse side, then returns, passing through one of the button's holes. He draws the thread taut, not too tight, and repeats the motion. Through the fabric, through the button, back again. 4 times, 6 times, 8 times, until the button is secure. He ties off the thread on the reverse side, knotting it carefully, then clips the excess. The button is firm, but not rigid. It will withstand the strain of daily use without pulling or tearing. He tests it with his thumb, pressing gently, and nods in satisfaction. One by one, the buttons are reattached. The work is repetitive, but Mr. Finch does not find it tedious. There is a comfort in repetition, in the knowledge that each task is the same as the last, each requiring the same care, the same precision. His mind drifts as his hands work, not into worry or planning, but into a state of gentle awareness, present but untroubled. He thinks of the waistcoat's owner, a merchant perhaps, or a solicitor, someone whose livelihood depends on appearing respectable and well-kept. The man will collect the waistcoat in a few days, try it on, button it up, and likely give no thought to the work that has gone into accommodating his expanding girth. But Mr. Finch does not mind. The work is its own reward. The final button is sewn, the thread tied, the excess clipped. He holds the waistcoat up, examining it in the lamplight. The new button placement is barely noticeable, the stitching invisible. It is done, and it is done well. He folds the waistcoat with the same care he has given to every garment tonight, aligning the edges, smoothing the fabric, creating a neat parcel that he places on the shelf. The shelf is filling now with completed work, a small accumulation of finished tasks that will be wrapped and labeled tomorrow, ready for collection. Mr. Finch allows himself a moment of stillness. He sits at the counter, hands resting lightly on the wood, and lets his eyes close. Not in sleep, but in a kind of wakeful rest, a pause between one breath and the next. The shop is quiet. The fire burns low. The lamp casts its steady glow. He opens his eyes and glances toward the window. The fog has shifted again, and for a moment the street beyond is visible, the cobblestones gleaming wet, the buildings opposite dark and silent. Then the fog rolls back, obscuring the view once more, and the shop feels even more enclosed, even more a world unto itself. He rises and moves to the back of the shop, where a small kettle rests on a trivet near the fire. He fills it from a jug of water kept on a shelf and sets it over the coals. The water will take time to heat, but there is no hurry. He will make himself a cup of tea, weak and unsweetened, and drink it slowly while he considers what work remains for the evening. While the kettle heats, he returns to the counter and pulls toward him a length of linen, pale and fine, intended for a gentleman's shirt. The fabric has been waiting for several days, cut but not yet sewn, and tonight seems as good a time as any to begin. He lays out the pieces, front, back, sleeves, collar, arranging them in the order in which they will be assembled. The linen is soft beneath his hands, cool and smooth. It will make a good shirt, one that will breathe in summer and layer well in winter. He picks up the front panel and examines the cut, checking the alignment of the weave. The cut is clean, the edges straight. His father taught him long ago that a garment is only as good as its cutting, and he has never forgotten the lesson. He sets the panel down and reaches for his needle, threading it with white cotton, fine and strong. The first seam to be sewn is the shoulder, joining the front and back panels. He aligns the edges carefully, pinning them together, then begins to stitch. The needle moves with the same steady rhythm as before, in and out, in and out. The thread follows, creating a line of small, even stitches that bind the fabric together. There is a quiet music to the work, a cadence that matches the slow tick of the clock, the gentle hiss of the kettle beginning to warm. Mr. Finch's mind, as his hands work, rests in the simplicity of the task. He is not thinking of the man who will wear this shirt, nor of the measurements and fittings that will follow. He is only here, with the needle and the thread and the linen, creating something that did not exist before, stitch by patient stitch. The shoulder seam is completed, and he ties off the thread, clipping the excess. He shakes out the fabric gently, examining the seam in the lamplight. It is straight and strong, the stitches invisible from the right side. He nods to himself and sets the partially assembled shirt aside. The kettle, its surface now warm to the touch, begins to murmur softly, the water inside stirring as it heats. The sound is gentle, undemanding, a background note to the evening's quiet symphony. Mr. Finch watches it, waiting for the first true whistle that will signal the water is ready, but the whistle does not come yet. The kettle is patient, and so is he. He turns his attention to the sleeves of the shirt, picking up one and examining the cuff. The cuff must be sewn before the sleeve is attached to the body of the shirt, a detail that cannot be neglected. He folds the fabric, creating the narrow band that will encircle the wrist, and pins it carefully. Then he begins to sew, his needle moving with the same steady rhythm, the same careful attention. The work is absorbing without being demanding. It requires focus, but not strain. His mind can rest in it, can find a kind of refuge in the repetition. Stitch after stitch, the cuff takes shape, and with each stitch, the evening deepens, the fog thickens, and the city beyond the window grows quieter still. The kettle's murmur grows louder, and at last it gives a soft whistle, gentle and brief. Mr. Finch sets down the sleeve and rises, moving to the fire. He lifts the kettle with a cloth and pours the steaming water into a small teapot, adding a pinch of tea leaves from a tin kept on the shelf. The scent of the tea, earthy and faintly bitter, mingles with the smell of wool and linen and lamplight. He lets the tea steep while he returns to the counter, finishing the second cuff with the same care as the first. When both are complete, he sets the sleeves aside and pours himself a cup of tea. The liquid is pale, the color of weak amber, and he sips it slowly, feeling the warmth spread through him. The tea is plain, without sugar or milk, but it is exactly what he needs. It warms his throat and settles his stomach, and the simple act of drinking it, of holding the cup between his hands and feeling its heat, is a comfort that requires no explanation. He sits at the counter, cup in hand, and allows himself to simply be still. The shop around him is a small, ordered world, and he is its quiet center. The lamp burns. The fire glows. The tea steams gently in his cup. And beyond the window, the fog continues its slow dance, patient and unhurried, as if it, too, understands that tonight there is no need to rush, no need to arrive anywhere at all. Mr. Finch finishes his tea and sets the cup aside. He returns to the shirt, picking up one of the sleeves and aligning it with the shoulder seam he completed earlier. The work of attaching the sleeves is delicate, requiring precision, but he has done it so many times that his hands move almost of their own accord, guided by memory and long practice. He pins the sleeve in place, easing the fabric around the curve of the shoulder, ensuring that it lies smooth and without puckers. When he is satisfied, he begins to sew, his stitches small and tight, binding the sleeve to the body of the shirt. The work is slow, careful, and deeply satisfying. As the sleeve is attached, he becomes aware once more of the silence, the stillness that has settled over the shop like a blanket. It is a silence that holds no threat, no unease. It is simply the absence of noise, the presence of peace. The second sleeve follows the first, sewn with the same care, the same attention. When both are complete, Mr. Finch holds up the shirt, shaking it gently to let it settle. The shape is emerging now, recognizable, almost complete. Only the collar and the hem remain, and those will wait for another evening. There is no need to finish everything tonight. He folds the shirt and places it on the shelf with the other completed work. The shelf is nearly full now, a proof to the evening's labor. He feels a quiet satisfaction at the sight, a sense of progress that is gentle and unforced. The lamp, he notices, has begun to burn lower. The oil is not yet depleted, but the flame has diminished slightly. He trims the wick with a small pair of scissors kept for that purpose, and the flame brightens once more, steady and sure. He sits again at the counter, hands folded before him, and allows his gaze to rest on nothing in particular. The shop, the fabric, the tools, all of it familiar, all of it known. There is a deep comfort in that familiarity, a sense of being exactly where he belongs. The clock ticks on. The fire glows. And Mr. Finch, in his small domain of thread and cloth, continues his quiet vigil, neither waiting for something to happen nor wishing for anything to change, simply present in the unfolding moment, content in the knowledge that this work, this evening, this life, is enough. The hours pass unmarked save by the clock's patient voice, and the shop remains as it has been, a small circle of light and warmth in the vastness of the London night, where a man sits at his work, his hands moving slowly, his breathing even, and the world beyond the window fades into irrelevance, leaving only the gentle, unchanging present. As the night deepens further, Mr. Finch finds himself drawn to one of the bolts of fabric on the shelf, a length of deep burgundy wool that has rested there untouched for some weeks. He lifts it down, feeling its weight in his arms, and carries it to the counter. The wool is soft, almost luxurious, a remnant from a larger order that was never collected. The gentleman who commissioned it had changed his mind, as gentlemen sometimes do, and the fabric has remained here ever since, waiting for purpose. Mr. Finch unrolls a portion of it, letting it cascade over the edge of the counter. The color is rich and warm, the kind that seems to hold light within its fibers. He runs his hand over the surface, feeling the texture, the slight roughness that speaks of quality. It would make a fine coat, he thinks, or perhaps a waistcoat for someone who values such things. But tonight he does not intend to cut it or shape it. He simply wants to feel it, to appreciate it for what it is. There is a kind of meditation in this, in handling fabric without purpose, without the pressure of a deadline or a customer's expectations. It is enough to simply touch it, to acknowledge its beauty, and then to roll it again and return it to the shelf. He does so slowly, taking care to align the edges, to keep the roll tight and even. When it is back in its place, he steps back and regards the shelf as a whole. The bolts stand in a row, each a different color, a different texture, yet all sharing the same patient waiting. They are his inventory, his stock in trade, but they are also something more. They are possibilities, potential garments waiting to be born. He turns away from the shelf and moves to a small desk tucked into the corner opposite the mirror. The desk is narrow, barely wide enough for a single sheet of paper, and its surface is cluttered with the tools of record-keeping. A pen, an inkwell, a blotter, a few scraps of paper covered in measurements and notes. He sits on the low stool before it and reaches for the pen. The pen is old, its nib slightly worn, but it writes smoothly when dipped in ink. He draws a fresh sheet of paper toward him and begins to write, not a letter, but a list. Fabric to be ordered. Thread running low. Buttons needed for the Anderson coat. The writing is slow, each word formed with care, the ink flowing dark and even across the page. There is a particular satisfaction in making lists, in bringing order to the tasks that lie ahead. The act of writing them down makes them manageable, transforms them from vague worries into concrete actions. Mr. Finch writes until the list is complete, then sets the pen aside and blots the ink carefully. The paper, now covered in his neat script, will rest here on the desk until tomorrow, when he will consult it again and begin to address each item in turn. He rises from the desk and stretches, feeling the stiffness in his back and shoulders. The shop, though small, requires much movement, much bending and reaching, and the hours spent at the counter take their toll. But the ache is familiar, almost comforting. It is the ache of honest work, of a body used as it was meant to be used. He moves to the window once more and peers out into the night. The fog has thinned enough that he can see the faint glow of windows across the street, small squares of light that suggest other lives, other evenings unfolding in parallel to his own. He wonders, as he has wondered before, what those lives contain. Are there other shopkeepers, sitting at their counters, tending to their own quiet tasks? Are there families gathered around fires, sharing the warmth of companionship? Or are there solitary souls, like himself, finding peace in the stillness? The wondering is gentle, without urgency. He does not seek answers, only allows the questions to drift through his mind like clouds across a darkening sky. Then he turns away from the window and returns to the counter. The evening's work is not yet finished. There are always small tasks, small adjustments to be made. He picks up a coat that hangs on a hook behind the counter, a garment he has been meaning to examine for days. It belongs to a regular customer, brought in for a minor repair, a loose button that needs reinforcing. He lays the coat across the counter and locates the button in question. It is still attached, but the stitches have loosened, and the button wobbles slightly when pressed. He selects a needle and thread, matching the color to the coat's dark fabric, and begins to reinforce the stitches, working his needle through the existing holes, adding new thread to strengthen what has weakened. The task is small, barely worth mentioning, but he gives it the same care he would give to a more significant project. The button, when he is finished, is secure. It will not come loose again, not for many years. He ties off the thread, clips it, and hangs the coat back on its hook. The shop settles once more into quietness. The fire in the grate has burned down to embers again, and this time Mr. Finch does not add more coal. The evening is late enough that the warmth is no longer needed, and the embers will die gently on their own, leaving only ash to be swept away in the morning. He moves about the shop, tidying as he goes. A stray pin is returned to the cushion. A scrap of thread is added to the tin. A bolt of fabric, slightly askew, is straightened on its shelf. These small acts of order are as much a part of the evening as the sewing itself, and they bring a sense of completion, a feeling that the day, and all its tasks, are being properly put to rest. The lamp, he notices, has begun to burn lower again. The oil in the reservoir is diminishing, and the flame, though still steady, is smaller than it was an hour ago. He considers refilling it, but decides against it. There is enough light for the work that remains, and the dimming seems appropriate somehow, as if the shop itself is preparing for sleep. He returns to the counter and sits, hands folded, eyes resting on the familiar shapes around him. The shelves, the fabric, the mirror in the corner, the coat on its hook. Everything is in its place. Everything is as it should be. He thinks, as he often does at this hour, of the continuity of his work. The garments he makes and mends will outlast him, passing from one owner to the next, mended and altered and mended again, until at last the fabric gives way entirely. And even then, the buttons will be saved, the thread salvaged, nothing wasted, everything used. There is a kind of immortality in that, he thinks. Not in his name, which will be forgotten, but in the work itself, which will continue as long as people need clothes, as long as there are tailors to make them. He is part of a long line, stretching back into the past and forward into the future, and the thought brings him comfort. The kettle, long since removed from the fire, has cooled. The tea in his cup is gone. The evening has reached that point where the tasks of the day have been completed, and the tasks of tomorrow have not yet begun. It is a threshold, a pause, and Mr. Finch sits within it, content to let the moments pass without marking them, without filling them with anything but the gentle awareness of being alive, being here, being present in this small shop on this quiet street. The lamp flickers once more, and he watches the flame, its movement almost imperceptible, a tiny dance of light and shadow. It is beautiful, in its way, this small flame, this small light against the darkness. It asks nothing of him but to tend it, to keep it burning, and in return it gives him this, a circle of warmth, a space in which to work, a reminder that even in the vastness of the city, even in the depth of night, there is still light, still order, still the quiet possibility of peace. And so he sits, as the night continues its slow progression, as the fog thickens and thickens again, as the city sleeps and stirs and sleeps once more, content in the knowledge that this work, this evening, this life, is exactly where he is meant to be. The hours stretch on, unmarked and unmeasured, and Mr. Finch remains at his counter, hands resting lightly on the wood, breathing slow and even, surrounded by the tools and fabric of his trade, as the lamp burns steadily, and the night enfolds the shop in its gentle, patient embrace. In this stillness, in this quiet, there is everything he needs. The work continues, the thread holds, and the world, for now, asks nothing more of him than to be exactly who he is, a tailor, in his shop, tending to the small, essential tasks that make a life. The lamp's flame dips and steadies, like a heartbeat made of light. And Mr. Finch, watching it, feels his own breathing slow to match, until he and the lamp and the shop are all moving together in the same gentle rhythm, the same quiet dance of presence and peace. The night deepens. The shop remains. And in that remaining, there is grace. As the fire in the small grate burns down to its final embers, Mr. Finch rises from his stool with the slow, careful movement of one who has sat for many hours. His joints protest faintly, a gentle reminder of the passage of time, but the discomfort is mild, familiar, almost companionable. He crosses to the grate and kneels before it, his knees pressing into the worn floorboards, and watches the last coals glow in their bed of ash. There is something mesmerizing about the dying fire, the way the red fades to orange, then to a dull gray, then flickers back to red again, as if reluctant to surrender entirely. He watches it for a long moment, hands resting on his thighs, breathing in the faint scent of coal smoke that lingers in the air. At last, he stands and returns to the counter, where the lamp still burns, its flame smaller now but no less steady. The oil is nearly spent, he can tell by the way the light has shifted, grown softer, more golden. It will last another hour, perhaps two, before it gutters out entirely. But that will be enough. He glances once more at the shelf where the evening's completed work rests, the shirt, the waistcoat, the trousers, each one folded and ready. Tomorrow he will wrap them in brown paper, write the customers' names on neat labels, and set them aside for collection. But tonight, they simply rest, their purpose fulfilled, their waiting begun. Mr. Finch moves to the door and checks the lock, though he knows it is secure. He has locked it himself earlier in the evening, and it has not been touched since. But the ritual of checking is part of the closing of the day, a small assurance that the shop is safe, that the night will pass without disturbance. The lock is firm beneath his fingers. The bolt is drawn. The door will not open until he wills it to. Satisfied, he returns to the counter and extinguishes the lamp with a gentle breath. The flame wavers, flickers, then dies, leaving behind only a thin trail of smoke that rises and dissipates in the darkness. For a moment, the shop is entirely dark, save for the faint glow of the embers in the grate. Then Mr. Finch's eyes adjust, and he can make out the shapes around him, the shelves, the counter, the mirror in the corner, all rendered in shades of gray and black, familiar and safe. He stands in the darkness, listening. The clock ticks. The embers hiss softly. Outside, the city has grown almost entirely silent, the fog muffling even the distant sounds that might have reached him earlier. It is the deepest part of the night, the hour when the world holds its breath. Mr. Finch feels the quiet settle over him like a benediction. There is no need to move, no need to do anything more. The work is done. The shop is secure. Tomorrow will come, as it always does, and with it new tasks, new fabric, new garments to be made and mended. But tonight, there is only this, the darkness, the stillness, the gentle presence of a life lived with care and attention. He makes his way slowly toward the narrow staircase at the back of the shop, the one that leads up to the rooms above where his wife waits, likely already asleep, a book resting on the coverlet beside her. His hand finds the banister in the dark, and he begins to climb, each step a quiet affirmation that the day is ending, that rest is near. But before he reaches the top, he pauses and looks back. The shop, though he cannot see it clearly, is there, waiting. The fabric, the thread, the needles, all of it resting in the darkness, patient and still. And he knows that when morning comes, when the lamp is lit again and the fire is rekindled, it will all be there, unchanged, ready to continue. That thought brings him comfort as he climbs the last few steps and crosses the threshold into the warmth of home. And so the night settles fully over the tailor's shop on the narrow street near Covent Garden. The fog presses close. The city sleeps. And within the small, ordered world of fabric and thread, everything rests, held in the gentle embrace of quiet and care. Thank you for spending this quiet evening with me. If you found peace in this story, you're welcome to subscribe to Mystic Sleep Tales, and perhaps leave a gentle word in the comments about where you're listening from tonight. But there's no need. Simply rest now, and let the stillness carry you softly into sleep. Good night.